Liquor, welcome in. Let's see. Maybe I'll switch the music up here. Look through my music real quick. You know what? We're gonna do. Add playlist. Add a couple of things to playlist real quick. On back combat prime, welcome in. Building a little playlist here. And I haven't listened to this stuff in a long time. Let's do that. Probably going to be plenty between those. All right. So we're going to keep working today on our Percival here. So definitely need to get the skin tone knocked down and then push these highlights, the yellows a bit more from the OSL. But first, before we do that, I'm going to cut a backdrop for her. This is a piece of poplar wood from the hobby store. It so happens to be the perfect width for these blocks. So I'm going to figure out how tall I want this to be. Let's see. If I want this to be a thing, probably only like yay. There's a ruler, a penknife. Probably only want it to be about yay. Let's see here. I'm going to paint a backdrop. I don't want it to be too high, but it needs to be high enough. Let's do about there. Where is pencil? I'm going to mark there. Or rather, let's see here. We're going to do zoom out just a little bit here while I'm working on this. So we can do what, 3.5 inches? Last night, I had a dream about you. Come a little closer. Everything gets stronger. I'm gonna get this cut all night long. So what's everybody working on this evening? Anything interesting? Ooh, I know what you do. Remind you. So does that look straight? Yeah, it looks straight. You can always use these cutting mats to actually kind of judge if your stuff is straight or not, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and score the board a couple of times. And just kind of keep doing this because I want it to break flat. Oh. Still Walker by Loot Studios. Okay. I was looking at some other stuff the other day, trying to find a good bust. Nothing quite grabbed me. You can also do same thing from this side, right? Three and 3.5 inches. As always, if you got pictures of what you are working on, you're welcome to share it. Let's see. Yeah, nope, that should be. I print them for like $1 worth of revenue. Yeah. I think the ones that I saw were, I might be confusing it with one of the other ones, but the ones that they had were a little overdone. Well, that's not even close to being level. How did I manage that? Well, never mind. That's a lot of 3D prints are like that though. They go for like super detail that will only work if you are printing it like this big. You know, if it was like 200 mil scale. like 1/6 scale. And the renders look super cool because you're looking at them on your computer screen and they're, huge. I feel like my noise gate is off. Yeah, but a lot of that I wouldn't want to, like, I don't want necessarily like all of my pieces to be huge. You know, I don't want to snap it. I want this to be nice and flat. So just give me a minute here. What kind of printer do you have? I was kind of looking. I know they got like that new style of printing that coming out or came out earlier this year and is maybe going to get more popular. Fine, Bidet, how you doing? Medium size. Okay. Yeah, I almost pulled the trigger on the was it the Jupiter, like the 6 or 8K printer. But until printers get good enough to where there's not anti-aliasing bumps on curves, I'm not gonna bother. Like I don't want to see the plateaus on a print. Come on. Close. Your Mars is hurting. Yeah. Like I already got plenty of stuff to paint. I feel like if I had a 3D printer, I'd be printing bases more than anything else. Like just plinths. That's more than it's more what I want. Some interesting looking plinths for stuff. Got plenty of things to put on them. There we go. Lethal Shadow, how you doing? Then the 0 is lost and doesn't go in the vat. I gotta reset 0 after every. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that sounds like a pain. Come on. There we go. All right. Oop. All right, which was the side that I was actually going to use? Was it this one? Sweet. One more time, we're going to celebrate. Takes like 15 minutes to print. That's cool. One more time. Um, as much as I want to, I don't want to sand this right now. Okay, I'm going to paint for a bit, and then if I actually get around to finishing this up, if I make some progress with Percival, I'll take a quick break to go sand this outside, um, and then I will prime it, and then we'll have a nice background. Oh, I just realized that that book is in the way. Oh, well, I can fix that. Yeah, it's going to be something like that. That's okay. I can cut. I can cut that out or move it. It just barely comes over the edge there. One more time. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Let's zoom back in here. All right, let's get this freaking skin down. So as we were looking at last time, so if I put this in black and white, you see how off. Oh, I gotta hide that. You see how off. Here we go. Delete this in my black and white. Oh, okay. Um, in black and white, you see how much brighter the skin is than the stuff that's supposed to be uh, limited by the lantern. So we're gonna have to change that up. So what that means is graying out the skin some more, and bringing in a little bit more color tint into the yellows. So we're going to do the skin again for the third time, for the third stream, um, and like the fourth or fifth pass on the skin tone, which is super neat. So what I'm going to do is what can I start with? I'm going to start. Yeah, it definitely is. Throwing stuff to black and white can definitely help you out. Um, so I think what I'm going to do is grab the sepia that I have. I'm going to try this as a start. I'm going to rotate my. I didn't have a chance to clean off the palette here. We're gonna use some of this stuff over here. Let's start with a. I picked up a couple of random paints. This is another Another one that I picked up, Sepia by Holbein. I think it's lamp black. It's PBK7 and PBR7. I think that's is that raw sienna or is that yeah, it's sienna, it's burnt sienna and I think lamp black. You know, I'm gonna keep that out just in case I need more. Chibi was fine. So I tested out my giant tube paints yesterday. These I tested out uh, a handful of these giant tube paints. So like, you know, compare in size, right? Uh, on a chibi at PSK's. Um, I think they're gonna work for I think they're gonna work for a teaching class. I'm gonna paint up one more model myself with better lighting. Lighting at his place isn't very good. With a little bit more complicated of a model. It definitely worked fine for the chibis. Very, nothing super complicated with the models. Um, I had a little bit of issue because I was using cardboard to just paint on because I was just like putting this stuff down and then painting and going on, and threw it away afterwards. So getting the texture, like the thinness of the paint, um, was a little difficult. Um, but I had fun. I think it worked. I got to give it a couple more tests before I decide if I'm going to use those as my stock paints. The Lucas seemed better than the Soho as far as the consistency. But I got a little bit more. I got to do a little bit more work with that. Okay, so I did pull that reference picture into a better program. I pulled it into Krita, and it is indeed that skin tone. So we'll pull that up. We'll pull that up again. So this skin tone here is in fact pretty much like a darker version of like different shades of like a cobalt green. Um, it's that's just the way it looks. I know it looks like it's a peach color. It's not. I zoomed all the way into pixels, and they're all shades and tones of like a cobalty green. Um, which is kind of baffling. Yeah, it kind of messed. It was hard for me to judge exactly how thin the paint was. So yeah, it was nice having the cardboard soak up the oil, but all right, we're gonna do this again for like the fifth time here. I know I'm gonna need a decent amount of that cobalt. I finally pitched a bunch of brushes I've been like struggling through with using because I just didn't want to throw them away. Throw away like 10 brushes today. So I'm using for any real work, I'm using new brushes today. So yay for that. Um, for any detail work. So we're gonna start trying to figure this out here. Because this is definitely too bright. If it was a darker shade, it would be, I think, fine. Um, I say that. Let me throw this into the negative. Oh, not the negative. Geez, black and white. Grayscale. Hold on. Where is my other reference? This one. And then we're going to do image, grayscale. See, if I throw the reference image in a grayscale, um, the color, except for like here and a little bit here, are all close to each other as far as the value. And with the high values here, here, down here, but this is all go back to pull out of the grayscale. So if nothing else, I need to uh, bring this, bring the yellows up a bit and bring the skin tone down a bit. So that's what we're going to try to do here. Let's see how this mixes. Thought I put some new paint down. I did. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing here. Is I'm throwing in some of this sepia tone in with the flesh tone, and hopefully, let's see what that looks like comparatively. I'm going to put that down. That looks too bright. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to make that darker. It's Trixie. Hmm. Yeah, it's just going to take me a bit to get the color down right. A little bit more of the black. Man, it looks so much darker on my palette, and then once I put it on the model, it yeah, it's going to be tricky. There we go. Let's keep it like this for a minute. Let's keep it like this for a minute. See that arm there? Let's see. Part of it also may mean that I need to bring up the yellows some more. Yeah, you can see just the, like between her like face and here, right? He might be on later. I'm not sure what he's up to this evening. So we're gonna keep working with that here. Try to bring it because I was trying to find values because I'm struggling with getting appropriately dark. Yeah, I'm trying to be like hipstery. Yeah. Add a little bit of my skin tone brown into that, and I think that's going to help actually. See, I think enough of the blue of the model is going to show through. Micrometer, hook it up. Yeah, do it. Start streaming this in black and green only. Relive the glory days. Hopefully everybody's having a decent one. Anybody care to share their bright spot for the day? You could get anything but her butt on one of those little things. Yep. So, let's see. Got a little bit of reading in done today. Nice. Been kind of rainy, keeping it a little cooler. All right. So I think that is a little bit better. Get just a little bit of blue back into some of that. Let's see here. Much better. That's much better. Yeah. Cool. That I'm much more convinced at that. Huzzah! I did work on my Thanatos earlier. Um, nearly done. I worked on earlier today. Redid some of the spines on the back that some of the paint got. Huzzah! Um, you know what? Let me retouch this red that I kind of destroyed, and then I'll grab her and show her off real quick. I'll get a little bit of this red in here. Get a little bit of color difference in the scars here. Oh, no. That might have to be messed with later. Having a little difficulty getting the paint to stick. Okay. Um, thoughts? I'm gonna have to do a Terminator line along that too, which I'm gonna do with this. So one of the things that we want to try to do is have a either an obvious spot where the light crosses or an obvious spot where the light fails to meet each other. That's a great question, but I needed it to not be. Should they be white? I needed them to stand out, is the thing, against her skin. Yeah, because I haven't painted her top yet either. Um, as you may or may not have noticed. Clean up some stray paint here. What was I going to do? I was going to paint. That's right, Terminator line. All right. We're going to paint a line long. Come on, camera, help me out here. I really need to find out a way to get the camera on the opposite side of me, but I don't know if I can actually manage to do that without having to buy more stuff for the stream. Because my right to the left of the camera is my monitor, above the monitor are shelves, and the boom arm for my camera is taller than the shelves. This is a short, like, this is thing is as holding it as back as far as I can, really, without with being able to still hold it. My hands are huge. I'm realizing now that buying these shorts are not a great idea. Can't hold them naturally in my hand. Don't judge me. Yeah, that gives it just enough of a separation. Let's see, time stop. Why is the thigh seem darker? I thought light source above and below. Why is the thigh seems darker? The light source above and below would blend color lights. So what I'm going for is everything up here is supposed to be moonlit, and then everything else down here is from the light from this lantern. So that's why everything up here is darker. And I do need to, bring out the hair a little bit more and some of this and everything else, but kind of going back and forth here. Is that what you're asking? Why the skin tone looks so dark? Yeah, that's a hand mirror. The lantern is the only light source. That's a hand mirror, and that is just going to be the light showing through. I'm gonna have to like do some lensing on it. Why does the light not go further down the calf on the leg near the gun? There's no gun. Why doesn't the light go further down the calf? Yeah, it's blocked by the dog. See? Like I could bring it a little further down a little bit, but it's not going to go down much further. Like a lot of that's blocked by the dog. But I could bring it down a little further. By no means is any of this did I catch brush by any chance? Oh, Bahura. Okay. Yeah, I don't did brush stream today? Time stop. That is a difficult thing to talk about. I'm not very good with light, but what I did is, and I'll show you the reference picture real quick. Um, this is the reference picture that let me resize that. I'm using a program called Set a Light 3D. Um, and I set up, oop, God damn it. Basically set a light here. I set a blue light up here. Um, I see it. I see Valfera. By no means am I done with this model. I will keep working on it. Though how they have the light over here, it's not going to reach. Um, but I set a light here, set a light here, and I'm using a bunch of different shots from this lighting simulator to determine it. So you see all of her skin tone is very blue tone, and then you have the high colors here. Yeah, it's a super cool program. Let's see. Oh Lord, you're trying to start shit in other people's streams. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna do a lensing effect on this eventually. Um, but yeah, she's got we go. All right, so we can make Belfair happy real quick, and we can work on that lighting. So I need to bring where I grab those colors. Is any of this still wet? Nope, that's all right. We'll use this. I think I need to like let's see. Okay, so you were causing shenanigans. All right, all right. No, no, I definitely need to bring up the value of all the light. Um, for sure. That is something that needs to be done. We can do that relatively quickly. Um, can go ahead and nothing else. Yeah, we can get it kind of all the way down like that. I'll grab this vermilion. Hello, Diego. Let's see. Um, so I think what I'm going to do is actually grab to make this higher value. Where's my cadmium orange? Orange. I'm going to get a little bit of Indian yellow back on my palette here. Love me some Indian yellow. So we want to get these values a bit higher. Again, going back to our black and white, want to bring that, we want to bring the values of the warm tones higher than the gray tones. So I'm going to work on that. See, how's that looking down the bottom though? Still not very bright. We're gonna try to push that. By doing that, we are going to kind of Is it even bright? Yeah, it's a completely different scene. That is copied and has a black and white filter on it. I don't know why there's not just like a quick fix for it. As you see, some of my stuff is not quite the same. All right, so um, yeah, I kind of wish that there was an easier way to do that, but that's where we're at. Um, so I'm gonna let's work on this bottom here first because I feel like that's not bright enough and it's a little spotty. So what I'm gonna do is grab my Indian yellow again, and we're gonna kind of get that working on this. Get a nice layer to blend back in here. And then we'll have a layer to blend into easily. People comment on thin your paints for new painters. Is that thick paint issue common acrylics? Um, so when it comes to oil paint, you definitely have to pay attention to a couple more variables. You can paint your oil paints very, very thin, thinner than you can acrylics because the paints won't break down um, like they will in acrylic medium. Um, but what you have to concern yourself with is in order for paints to stick on top of each other, if you're painting wet into wet, you have to put thicker paint over thin paint or vice versa. Otherwise, you're just going to blend. So you got to be a little bit in mind. You got to keep that in mind a little bit. But the only thing that's going to happen if you over thin your oils is that it's going to obliterate whatever paint that you're putting on it on top of, unless it's already cured. Um, so I'm kind of just getting a little bit more yellow into a couple of these spots here. Then we're gonna. All right. I'm gonna get this cadmium yellow deep down. Yeah, and the it's slightly different um, when it comes to miniature painting, mostly because you're not painting like the thickness that you could put on a canvas is literally as thick as you want. Like you can impasto where there is physical blobs of paint, right? Um, and you can get away with that. You don't want texture on a model, uh, in most cases, at least, right? So your paint is always going to be thin, so it is a little trickier. Um, a lot of it comes down to brush pressure, actually. You have to be really cognizant of uh, how much pressure you're applying with the brush because that can really affect uh, affect how the paint is applied. Yeah, that needs to be. And we're gonna orange out the further distance, but I just need to lay down this whole bit here because that needed to be brighter for sure. Yeah, oils is very like you you can paint over without blending, you just have to use a light hand in very thin paint or very thick paint compared to what you have down. Um, I prefer, if I'm going to do freehand, just to wait for the oils to cure. So I'll go back the next day and do freehand, or I will wipe the paint off the area I'm going to freehand and then just go back into it. I find that easier to deal with that way. Um, so let's see if that improved the value any with the black and white. A little bit, not a whole terrible amount. We can make that work though. It's going to take some. Let's see. So what we can do is I got some radiant yellow down here. Make sure I'm going to kind of get that. Will you post updated photos in Thunderhead Discord? If that's a question to me, yeah, I'll throw some stuff in there for his next stream. I'm usually around when he streams. Not always, but usually. Though sometimes I'm in bed before he gets around to the storm report. So I'm Eastern time. Have a nice one. Thanks for coming in. Let me get this. I need some white. Where? Well, no, I don't need white. This is fine. It's supposed to be cooler further it gets back. What I need is my transparent orange. Yeah, I really like this transparent orange. I think it's perline yellow and pyrrole red. and whatever diarylide yellow is. Nope, I don't like that. Yeah, there we go. I want that to be a warmer, or I guess a cooler orange. And one of the other things is that items that are reflective will reflect brighter color from the distant source versus the cooler source that's closer because of magic. Can't really see it underneath here, but I'm going to put and come on. I need a good brush to feather all of this out with. After I put in a little bit more. Let's see, we need a little bit more of the mid tone here. See what that looks like in black and white. Okay. And I'm trying not to have huge, super bright white, right? Just trying to get some Naples yellow here. Use that as a super highlight. Let's get a little bit of that. Go directly around the light. Pretty much just like. Oh man, what did I do there? No, what happened? Like, I'm gonna definitely have to go back into the lantern and I think what I might need to do for this is let me grab this, make it orange, and then I'm gonna have to do like the center maybe as I don't know what makes more sense, the center of the looking glass brighter or the outside. I would assume the center, right? Let me kind of the center should be brighter, yeah. So I'm gonna kind of orange that out a little bit and then put a little bit of that red and yellow pale in the center there. We're not in the center, but you know, we're gonna treat it like a gemstone, I guess. Go right back to music. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not familiar with how to demonstrate transparency and OSL in the same. Oh God, what have I done to myself? I'm a fool. All right, we're gonna like. Let's see. Because he's holding it at an angle too, so I'm wondering if I should do. Yep, I'm throwing a lot at myself with this piece. That's okay. Um, I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put I'm going to do this. I'm gonna do something that looks weird, and then people will be like, "That's gotta be right." Droxer, hello. Let's see. We're gonna align that with the. There. We'll do that. It's gonna be really shiny to tell. 2K. Hello. Thank you. Trying to get the shape of what you're painting. Yes. So I will pull up the reference that I put together real quick again. This is essentially the scene that I put together in a lighting studio simulator. Um, so we're kind of trying to simulate uh, that kind of a thing going on. So we're gonna have moonlight in the back. I'm gonna have a little panel back here. Um, have a little panel back here that I'll paint for a little backdrop, and just kind of working on getting everything put together properly. Uh, it is tricksy. It is a tricksy thing. Trying to do warm and cool OSL, some non-metallic metal. Oh, be going back and forth. I've been fighting the skin quite a bit. It was way too bright. Um, Now it's a little bit better. You're gonna do more SOSL. No, so the gray back here is supposed to be uh moonlight. It's got to be probably I got to make it a little bit blue, I think, but that's pretty much how it's going to read. So there is two light sources, but one is just less uh one is just less strong. No, I don't like that. Undo. I did. I am gonna. There is a current painting competition for Kingdom Death pinups that I am gonna put her in. I got to just finish it by the end of next month, and I will definitely do that. Thought you would say you want to do not. No, I'm trying not to make it a super strong moonlight. I had it a little too strong, and it didn't quite work. Um, yeah, it didn't quite work. So We're just gonna work our way around some of this stuff. To walk away. Let's see. Maybe that moonlight skin is really tough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to cheat it, Lethal Shadow. I don't know what it is. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna glaze when it's all cured. I'm gonna glaze a skin tone back into it, over it, and hopefully that'll work. They would add a deepened penumbral shadow behind the vase. Yes, I am going to darken the shadows, like here and stuff. I do need to do that. I just haven't gotten that far yet. That's a good thing for me to work on in just a second as well. Discotheques. Yeah, I'm gonna have to feather out all that lighting on the floor. Mhm, mhm. So have you considered doing a two-tone skin tone? Um, I think it would be more complicated than I can pull off 2K. Um, yeah, because the moonlight's all going to be coming from, like essentially, if from this direction. The camera. The camera is basically the moonlight. Um, so this is all cool back here. Um, Pretty much the Terminator line is right here. Um, Doing some bounce light and stuff. I don't have a. If I was making this a more definite diorama, that might not be a bad idea. Um, but I just don't. One, I don't. I'm not really sure how I would pull that off. I could throw it in that program and try it, but I'd don't want to go quite that hard into this piece. I am a relative newbie to OSL. Yeah. No, it's I I get away with a lot of stuff uh simply because I do things I happy accidents very often. And the thing that the reason why I am doing this piece at all the way I'm doing it is because I felt that I needed to do this kind of stuff more because I don't do OSL very often. Um, so this is giving me a chance to kind of push myself a bit. You push your stuff that way. I am trying to do it more. I recently picked up James Gurney's, was it Light and Color or Color and Light or Light and, I think it's Color and Light. And it's gotten me thinking a little bit more about that kind of stuff. Um, so I want to pay more attention to it. I do. Um, it heavily influenced how I put together my it heavily influenced how I put together my Garmer piece, my Garmer bust. Um, you know, I'm gonna kind of take a quick break from that and try to feather out. I want to say this did not work well as a feather last time I used it. So let me just use. Well, I'll give it another shot. Let's see about just kind of feathering out this kind of stuff. Just kind of like stipple. you'd like to share anything you're working on, True K, you can share your Instagram. Curious to see what other people are working on. Fairly, I was kind of curious. I should definitely be more artistic oriented. So, are you more of a traditional painter? Oh, was that? That wasn't an Instagram link, was it? Where's my bot? It was not. Here, you can try it again. 1 second. Let me give you a permit. All right, come on, computer. There we go. Try it again. Let's see what you got. Hold on. Let me. That is a cool piece. Is this a wooden backdrop you painted? Or is that cloth? It looks like cloth. It's hard to tell where the break is. That's neat. Okay, I see better here. That's cool. It's a neat piece. Creepy camel thing. This actually that you did here is very similar to what I want to do with a 1/6 scale cosmonaut that I have. Oh, this is pretty much what I was thinking about doing. Like this deep red up to the yellow sky. That's really neat. Hey, Rubik's Cube. Yeah, that's definitely neat. All right. Well, I'll take more look at this later. It's 2017. Has it been that long since you posted something? How do you do that? I don't know. I don't have the tools to bend wood. Hmm. That makes more sense. Is it just plastic card or acrylic? Doing all right, Rubik's Cube. We're making some progress here on boil water and bend it. Okay, that's something to think about. I could get. I think you can get like sheet acrylic from the hardware store, huh? I think you can. I'll have to keep that in mind. Like just a plank, a 1 by 3 foot length of poplar wood was like $1. So this is what I generally use. I haven't done too many backdrops. I only wanted to do more. Like the last one I did was on on this piece. I just did a kind of like an, oh shit, almost broke that. Kind of just did like an acrylic pour with some effects paints, um, and just have it, magnetized to the back of the plinth. And I did that on these two sister pieces. And then I might do another one because I have a yet larger scale model of these. Actually, you know what? I'm going to grab that. I'm going to show it off because I've been doing work on it. Maybe I'll do a giant acrylic pour background for it. Oh, I'm going to do some show and tell. I got to be careful with her because I need to uh, not lean her back too much. We'll, this is what I've been working on. Wow, I had to allow the term bend over. Jesus. 3 millimeter styrene and bend it in boiling water. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. Um, so yeah, this is my nearly done 1/3 scale bust that I've been working on, and I recently redid. Um, make sure my hands are clean. I recently redid the back today, so I fixed up the cogs. The cogs didn't read the way I wanted them to read. Now I think they look a lot more like old metal. And then I redid the spines. Some of that was because some of the paint had rubbed off while I was working on the eyes and didn't quite like them. I wanted them to read more like bone. So uh, redid all of that. So she's pretty much done. Um, I'm going to give her a good once over um, here in the near future. Um, what I'm going to do is pull her off the base here. I got to paint this plinth, um, varnish her, see how she looks varnished, and then if there's anything I feel like that needs to be fixed, I'll fix it. But I want to get her varnished, so no more paint gets rubbed off. But I've been working on this off and on. I've been working on her off and on since February. She's very big, so she's difficult to have out of the camera. Near the camera. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think. Let's get a little bit more of that brighter. The he is staring. There's not much I can do about that. Mostly because the way the eyes are sculpted, she has no like her eyes are wide open. Um, outside of out from underneath this bright light, it's not quite as a difference in contrast. It's just because of the reflection of the. I used Galkid in the oils, so it hardened very it cured very shiny, and that reflects a lot more light. So under these direct lights, it looks like her eyes are like brilliant white. Um, but the way that it is sculpted, though, there's like nothing I can really do other than make her look like she's got a death stare. Um, it is what it is. I'm not gonna resculpt the model at this point. Yeah, did you get it? Did you get your hands on one of them? Um, I I like Michael Contreras' pieces. Um, it is obviously they took the 3D render of the original and just plus 300% and then printed a master cast. You can see like the detail anti-aliasing from the print in a couple of spots. You won't notice it unless like you know like what you're looking for. Um, but it's there. That being said, I really enjoyed painting it. Um, I'd like to paint another one like that. Not that model, but another really big piece eventually. I don't want to do that again anytime soon. It's been very kind of intimidating, which, you know, not necessarily a bad thing, but it it's been a lot. It's been kind of a piece that's been hanging over me, and it's kept me from doing other pieces because I was like, well, if I'm not finished with this piece, then I shouldn't start this. I shouldn't start another large piece because I have a couple of larger pieces. Yeah, yeah. Some of the like the like scroll work in the armor or like her top, like you can see like the edges that anti-aliased. Um, yeah, but still enjoyed it. Come on, 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 come on. Right. Do your stuff today. Let's see. That's good. I like that he did the big scale. Happy to hear that you enjoyed painting it. There was one at World Model Expo. Oh my god, I need to go dig that up because I have not found anybody else who's tackled it online yet. And again, like I've had it for a long time and been slowly painting it because it's like the biggest challenge of it, honestly, for me is because I'm painting it in oils. Like holding it was a I painted. I did. I started it and did a 12-hour stream. It's saved um in the videos, but I like painted it for 12 straight hours, and whew, man, it weighs a lot. It weighs a lot. Margot Krombecky. If you have a link, let me know. I'll give you another permit. I would love to see it. Um, I would absolutely love to see that. I don't recognize the name, but I'm a bit ignorant when it comes to a lot of painters. Though I might recognize work. All right. So we're going to kind of jumping around real quick here. I needed to give you a permit. Yes, I did bring up Light and Color by James Gurney. Try it again. My bot is being very, very angry. Um, uh-oh. Is he gonna run out of time? Let's see. I'll just grab the link. I'll throw it in chat myself. Let's try that again. I liked it, Rubik's Cube. It definitely put a lot of things into perspective for me. Um, I think it's a pretty useful book to have. I will say that there's parts of it that are not going to be very useful unless you start painting backgrounds or canvas. But just talking about how um, light and color interacts is very useful. So let's see here. I like it. Ooh, I wanted to paint this one too, but I didn't have a chance. I didn't end up getting this one, Nemesis. I like that. Is that like an antiqued? Is her skin all like chipped? Like rusted? I like that. I kind of like this like ivory looking metal. I like that. Some cool pieces. I don't recognize this one. Are these all? You can't know these aren't all Michael Contreras pieces. But man, oh, I see her eyes. She did her eyes very differently than I did mine. She made the pupils a lot bigger. Look at mine again. No. Yeah, she exaggerated the size of the eyes. Beanbot is angry. Thank you for sharing that. Address is a Romanian Vanderbilt. Boer sculpt. Okay. But yes, I would say if you're thinking about it, Rubik's Cube, go ahead and get it. You won't regret it. Um, I think it does a better job of explaining things than what I've seen a lot of mini painting focused books. Uh, yeah, yeah. Thank you for that, 2K. I'll I need to go dig around on stuff. I know that Journeyman Miniatures was there, and I really like their stuff. I'm getting hopefully getting stuff more stuff from them soon. I painted their Garmer, and I have another piece that I can't quite reach right now. E line that I want to do, but I'm not sure how to paint it yet. Yeah, the James Gurney book, and then I also have I haven't finished it yet, uh, so I can't comment if it's any good specifically. Betty Edwards, uh, color. Um, so far, everything I've read, I think, is somewhat at least directly covered in James Gurney's book. But I can comment. She goes a little bit more into the color theory side of things, like the direct color theory versus light and shadow. That is James Gurney. Um, but I've heard Betty that book too is also highly recommended by a lot of people. So okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, grab myself something to drink. What we're going to do when we come back is we are going to we're going to hold on. I do not like how that's looking. Let me blend that out. When we come back, we're going to put in. Oh no, bitter brush. Call the dog. How's it going? I need to fiddle around with the audio controls on that because I know my music and my alerts clash. Welcome in. Margot Krombicki is one of the organizers SMC in this year's community. That's great to know. I'll have to try to make it out to World Model Expo one day. Some progress on your last batch of commissions. That's fantastic to hear. I would love for you to throw any links you have of whips from Instagram or Discord. Anybody that came in with you, the same goes. If you're linking something outside of Discord or Instagram, let me know. I gotta throw you a permit. But yes, we are working on Percival some more. Kind of fixed up the skin, pushing the OSL a bit more here. Um, I was just about to take a break to grab myself something to drink. So let me go do that while everybody settles in, and we will get back to throwing some deep shadows in a couple spots, and we'll go from there. So back in just a minute. Gotta pause that. Okay, we're back. I'm going to start that back over. All right, let's get in as I think it was 2K who suggested getting some shadows in there in some of this. So we're going to do that. Um, Merlin models, hello. You know what, too? I didn't do this when Bitterbrush came in, so let me be a better host. Please go check out Bitterbrush. And again, anybody who came in or has popped in since, if you are working on anything you'd like to share, Instagram, Discord, you can just throw links up. Otherwise, let me know. I'll give you a permit. Curious to know what people are working on. Um, we'll see what's going on with everybody. So I'm gonna push in. I suggested a little bit of um, shadow. I kind of want. I think I want to use my Perlian black for that because it's still like kind of green cast black. I really like this color quite a bit. Um, Black 31, Perlian black. It's got a nice greenish. You can see that in the. Actually, it's kind of like this, right? It's that green black. I think all of this is dry, so yeah. So let's get a little bit more out here. You see, I've used a decent amount of it. I use it a lot for iron, uh, cool steel, um, and various things. And yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's there's a lion in a room on the door. Something more. That's an important thing that I wasn't really thinking about, right? It's light and shadow. You need to represent more than just one aspect of that. Hmm. You working on anything this evening, Merlin Models? Yeah, I'm not going to do too much. behind puppy feet. See, our shadows will take some softness off the scene. Yeah, yeah. I'll feather out the like this here. I think might leave the way it is. I'll feather that. Um, yeah, no, I appreciate the feedback. I do appreciate the feedback. It's not something I think about too often. Like I said, I'm trying to be a little more aware of that kind of stuff. Yeah, and down here I'm just kind of like feathering in just a touch of that. Oh, what's that from? Can I scrape that off? Where's my little hook? It's my little scrapey hook. My dental pick. That's okay. I can just restain that. All of that. This block of wood was just stained with some acrylic ink. And I can always soften those transitions too with a little bit of that ink. I like using acrylic ink still. Jeez, I put way too much paint out on the towel. I need to stop blorping paint out and just like taking a brush full. Because like this giant pile that I put down here, none of that's going to get used. I just needed like enough to fill a brush. The only reason why I'll ever run out of paint is because I'm mismanaging the amount. Legend of the Phoenix in the beginnings keeps the planet spinning. In the beginnings, here comes the fire. We are the fire. Well, I do appreciate it. I know I will say, I don't know how often you do that in other streams, but some people don't take too well to it. um I am, like I said, doing my best to like. Okay, that's probably the wrong type of brush to use for this. Let's try this. I'm gonna. Where's my? And I will agree with you to a point. Some people are simply painting to paint, and they're doing what they're doing to do it because they're relaxing. They're not looking to like um they're not looking to change anything, if that makes sense. Like they're happy doing what they're doing. And I only say that because I know a couple people who like that's all they're doing is they're just enjoying painting, and it's for stress relief. I'm big into you know mental health aspect of this. Um, you know, so, but I will generally ask people their opinions on stuff as I paint. So occasionally I'll have people pop into the stream who are just not doing it in good faith, or I'll just tell them, I'm not interested in what you're saying. No, you're. I'm not disagreeing with you either. Like some people, absolutely, but I know a couple people personally that they if they want it, they'll ask, but generally they're just kind of like, you know, whatever. That changed that I think significantly. Oh, that is feather that out there here. I got to make sure that I do that next time I do OSL. That makes a huge difference. Look at that. I may need to bring that. Yeah. And sometimes, sometimes it's hard not to feel uh, attacked. You know, it's. Do you stream or anything? True K. Like I saw, like I said, you the last thing I in the link you posted was 2017. If you do anything more recent that you want to share, you're welcome to. Um, again, you gotta might give you a permit again. Love. Okay. 1 or 2 projects a year. Okay, so not super prolific, I guess would be the right word. Yeah, there's like I said, that piece. I didn't close that window, did I? Okay, great. Um, yeah, no, I'm gonna keep that one that you posted as a reference. Like I said, I have a cosmonaut that I want to put on like a it's a pretty big piece, but it's going to be a Mars scene. So I want to kind of have something like that. And the idea of using the plastic card is really good. So I'd guess, so I should have asked this earlier. So when you're doing the plastic, so you have like a wooden plinth and then you use the plastic as for the base, like you lay the plastic on the base and then slope it up, right? So if I had it, so if I had a block, I'd have to put the plastic card here and then bend it, up, right? So you'd have like your normal base and then you slap it down there and then I'll have to look into that. That's a cool idea. Um, okay, let's push. I know what else I need to do next. Okay, the lantern needs to have the brighter light inside of it. Um, yeah, like when I saw pictures popping up for World Mall Expo, I was like, oh man, I want to get out there, but it would be very difficult for me to make that trip. Laser cut MDF. Keep the base level about 10, 20 degrees off. Okay, man, MDF pieces. Yeah, I mean, most of my bases are just, these are from the arts and crafts store. I got like 2 inch and 1 inch blocks I use often. I use half of them I use for holding miniatures, half of them, like this one, this is the same block. I just cut it, uh, by half and then using it as a little miniature base. And I have a handful of like, real plinths and stuff like that. But this one I wanted just a nice little like simple block scene. Though your idea with the sloped background would have been great on that. But I'm just going to use a little piece of wood. It'll work. I think part of me wants to put orange in the lantern and then dot it with white. I think that's kind of what I want to do. I think it needs to be a little darker. This is one of those things that I'm not 100% sure how to like properly um, do. So let me undo that. Part of me kind of wants to grab the cadmium scarlet. You know what? Hold on. Where's my cadmium scarlet? So brilliant of a color though. Let me throw this in black and white real quick. Like it's so cadmium scarlet, as bright as it looks, is essentially a medium value color. That's crazy. Like, okay, so this looks like a medium gray, right? Look how bright cadmium scarlet is. Oh, intense that color looks. Ooh. Dozens. Thank you for the follow, True K. Um, I think that's going to be too much. The 5 a day, thank you for popping in. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Yeah, I think I'll stay away from cadmium scarlet because I don't want this to be like lava hot. Yeah, lava. So yeah, let me get you a permit here. Permit. Yeah, definitely. And like I dig around for people for inspiration and stuff all the time. So what? What happened? Did you post a whole mess? What what is going on? Hold on, hold on. I gave you hold on, what happened? I gave you a permit. Oh, does it okay, hold on. I think it'll only permit you for 1 second. So what I'm gonna do instead, hold on, let me fix this mess. um let me fix this for you. Try try posting a single link. You can, but like people to be able to share their stuff. Try posting a single link one more time. Yay! All right. Oh, that's neat. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a little break and look at some of your stuff. I like that. There's something very like Howl's Moving Castle about that. Yeah, I like that. I like the little background. Is it like on a post or something brought out like out from the background? Lighthouses. That's great. Rubik's Cube latest piece on the Instagrams. Looking good, Rubik's. I'll give you that. Nuka Cola Girl 3D print. Okay, I was about to ask if that was supposed to be retro future, and it absolutely is. Fun stuff. You did a decent job of highlighting the black without it looking like it's not black anymore. So good job with that. Something weird going on with her face here? Or just a weird drop shadow? Yeah. It's always great to learn. Moment to shine. Pockets of time. And if you want any direct feedback, let me know. So I think doing doing a warmer lantern with the very bright flame is probably better. Sure. 2K, just yeah, try doing one more. Let's see if it'll still behave. Um and just, wait a bit before you post anything else cuz I think I have spam protection on regardless of other settings. So if you throw a whole bunch at once, it might fight you. Get bad and back. Oh man. That that's some Dinotopia shit. What scale is this? Are these like little like H scale train dudes? That's great. Would you consider this a diorama? I love that. That's super neat. It's got so much atmosphere to it. 12 millimeter. Okay, so pretty tiny. That's super neat though. Awesome. All right, let me finish my little painting thought here. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to get to do with that cosmonaut. Keep paying back the time. I'm having problems with this lantern. Packets of time. Where I go, the moment to shine. Playing back. Mm-hmm. I think actually what I need to do. Cut away the right side. Yeah, there's something to be said about framing, which is something that I don't think people talk much about in this hobby. Um, for whatever reason. Now, granted, it could be just I'm not around to hear it. But framing is important. Something that I don't do. uh, very rarely, at least. But no, you got a good point. Like if you have a larger scene, it changes the perspective of everything. It would be like if I did this, if I put it on a huge block and had a whole bunch of other stuff going on, it can make it look really lonely. Yeah. Um, I think Are you familiar with my brain is falling apart. The Bug King. He doesn't Twitch stream much anymore, but he does some pretty cool dioramas and stuff like that. Um that I think he pays attention to that stuff a lot more than a lot of other people do. Um yeah, that's another fantastic one. I really like how you're the supported spaceship thing. That so that just gave me an idea. So I have this piece. Let me dig it out real quick. Um, okay. Yeah. So I have this piece from Robot Rocket. Um, that I really want to paint, but I've been trying to figure out a background. And I think what I'm going to have to do is I wonder if honestly I should do like a three quarters. No, I think it has to be face on, or at least like mostly face on, and do a background kind of like what you've been doing with an oval background. Yeah, I know they have like I can just get like a plinth, you know, and put it back there like that. But I'm gonna definitely this piece pretty much has to have a painted background. It's not like you can just like put it on a post and have it like this, right? You have to have it face on. Um, if not like maybe this angle. Though you would lose so much of the model if you did this sideways. The paint podcast. Okay, I'll take a look. Um, I was I'm really stubborn and I don't like subassembly, so this is all glued together. Like there is no pulling this guy off. Um, so doing freehand on this is going to be really tricky, but it shall be done. Yeah, I got a couple pieces that are definitely going to need some nice backgrounds. Yeah, the way that piece is designed is just that's just how it's going to be. Let's see here. Ooh, that's another really cool one. You did some really good work. Oh, what happened? Interesting. Interesting. Keep it up, man. I'm going to be back again really quick. I'm already out of beverage, so be right back. All right, let's get that back going. The piece of doing now is clearly your strongest piece to date. Really? Well, I am, like I said, I am trying a bit more focused. The last piece I did, I don't know if you've seen it. Don't want to knock over. Like this was the last one that I'd finished completely. Um, Actually, that's not true. So these are the last. These are the last two. This one isn't varnished yet. So this is Garmer from Journeyman. They were at World Model Expo, so you may have seen this if you were there. I did spend a bit more time thinking about light. Um, so this is supposed. This is the golden angle from the camera here. I spent a lot of a thought about like where the light hits these metals, and then on the other side, still some backfill light and stuff on here, but definitely a lot less light on this side and back here. So um, now there's stuff that's I mean yeah like I could have desaturated all of this down a lot more. Didn't really want to, um, but I'm really happy with this piece. I'm going to be submitting him to Nova Open at the end of next month. And I did just finish this piece, which this was me more playing around with special effects paints that I made than anything else. I did, make sure to have so the lighting profile is from here. So I did make sure to, catch the side of the nose and the cheekbones and like right down the center here. Catching the flesh tone here where everything's kind of deeper in shadow. This side, right, you got much less saturation back here for all of this, because you have these high plasticky colors, and that was intentional. Kind of make it look plastic. The back is unimportant. Didn't really care about it. But this was more of me. I made these color shifting oils and played around with them. Had fun with that. And that was kind of more the focus of it. And not a whole, definitely no light source or something like anything other than just white light. Uh, you uh, is it key light, and then just like a fill light on this side. So nothing super crazy. Um, oh, but I am trying more and more pay attention to things like that. Um, I want to get better. I want my expression to kind of come out a bit more. So I need to paint a very narrow shadow on this side of the band. And actually, okay. I'm going to leave the lantern alone for the moment and look at other stuff. So what else needs some work? think actually, if you shine orange on red, aggressive light value. I am I have been a fan of throwing the entire color wheel at a model, and I do that on quite a few of them. I find that that is common in a lot of miniature painting, I think. But one of the things in the James Gurney book that I took away, was it James Gurney book or was it Betty Edwards book? I think it was James Gurney, when he talks about gamut masks. And um, I want to do that more. I kind of did a gamut mask on Garmer. The thing is though, I wanted that blood moon to be what it was. Um, the moon, everything else falls in a gamut that I put together, and then the moon was its own separate gamut. Um, which, yeah, uh, this piece is much more limited in color choice. Trying to keep it a little bit down, more grounded. Um, I think if I use gamut masks more often, that'll help. Um, have I used it on any other models? I don't think so. I haven't really done that yet on other models. Yeah, no, because I haven't really tried. Um, all right. So I think I need a um I need this red to be a little bit more red. No. Orange on that. This is going to need to be a slightly different color. Oh, dang it. I just made a mess. 1 second. All right. So we're going to, I want, so if this bit here is red underwear, like she's got here, that's got to be a bit brighter, doesn't it? Maybe just a touch. Maybe just a touch of this red and this. Nothing crazy, just nothing, but it needs to be a little brighter. Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, the I think that's a that the comment about the headpiece on the robot rocket model is 100% fair. Um I think the model lends itself to distracting from the face, if that makes sense. Um there we go. That's a little more interesting looking, I think. But yeah, I mean, like that giant moon is pretty much like the thing about that piece. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm taking it in stride. I um I don't disagree with what you're saying with it. Uh, yeah, the robot rocket piece, it didn't come out quite the way I wanted it to in the end, but it's done. Um, okay. Yeah, give that a little bit more vividness to it since it's a red thing being hit by light or warm light. Um, so I'm okay with that being a little bit more vivid and kind of glaze that down a little bit. Crypt Shadow, hello, hello. I'm really trying to push myself this year. So like this year is going to be the first time I'm going to enter any competitions. Um, I've got um, Nova at the end of it's the first weekend of September, so like literally the first through the whatever. Um, and so I really want to start pushing myself. I got a couple pieces I'm going to submit. Garmer being one, that big Thanatos piece being another. Um, and then a handful of other models. This model might actually go into it too, actually, now that I'm painting it. Wasn't planned to be one of the entries, but it's going to replace one of the other pieces that I was going to do. Let's see. Yeah, I need to like I did not when I went to Adepticon True K, I did not really look at a lot of other people's work because it was all GW stuff and I don't care about GW. Um and then let's see, Crypt Shadow, the couch was a 3D print a buddy of mine did. She comes on, it's an awful base. Where is it? I'm actually convinced that the people who assembled her, um, so her base, she was supposed to be on this clear plastic thing and laying on that. Um, that's awful. Now, I'm actually wanted to convince myself that this was what it was supposed to be like with this on top because this is dumb. Like she barely fit on it and it's why? Like just a slab? Why? So that would make sense if like her underside is completely flat with no detail. Like it's just flat plastic. They didn't sculpt anything. Like it's not none of it sculpted. Yeah, that's if it was sculpted, fine. It's super, super pervy, whatever, naked person on glass, whatever. But that's not what they did. So that's why I was like, you know what, we're gonna get a chase lounge and we're gonna do it. And then yeah, Golden Demon. I'm bored. Like I know people enjoy painting GW stuff. People by all means paint what you want to paint. I'm tired of seeing that like the same stuff in the same style. I just don't care. Yeah, I mean like in the concept art right here, right? Like she's laying on a circular disc. And Yes, correct, Crypt Shadow. Yeah, it's I'm just really I abandoned GW a long time ago for all the reasons that people complain about GW and have been for years, but like I actually did it. I actually gave up on them and then decided to never go back, and I never have and never will. I'm sticking to that. Um, the the way that people paint GW models, I just don't like. It's also septic or antiseptic, I should say. Yeah, I've seen some Eric Swinson stuff. The other two names don't ring a bell, but I'm sure I've seen them. Okay, I'm floundering here. Um, what do I need to work on? I can at least get some eyes in there. Oh, and Crypt Shadow, her skin is very gray right now. I am struggling to make it look like it's moonlit skin. It is killing me. I've painted the skid like 6 times now. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Here's my reference image. Why is that? Oh, wrong thing. This. This is my light study that I put together. So it's supposed to have this look to it, right? So if I got my thing here, it's close to the tone, but this reads like skin. I'm having trouble getting this to read like skin. Um, but the colors are close. What I'm missing, I'm not sure. I might have to just stipple in color variation. But I've pulled color. I did color samples from all of this. I think that it's going to end up with a bit of glaze. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is leave it be for the evening, and then tomorrow glaze just a touch of the skin tone back in and see if that works. Like I said, I'm just I've painted the skin 5 times now, and I've it's better because it's less. If you look at the value sketch is pretty close. Honestly, I would like the warm lit side to be um, higher value, but that's going to be difficult, I think, to do without it making it white. Um, yeah. The color used for the bone looks like the Terminator color, where the main color. Yeah, I mean the reference the oh wait warmer lighter. Yeah, the main color on the reference is warmer and slightly lighter. And this is the thing that's confusing me, True K. So I'll pick your brain about it, right? So let me pull that back up. So here's that image. If I go to this and I go to grayscale, this is all near value. Like the where the the light source is, all of this, the face, and then right here is the higher value, right? So this is all fairly close in value, just variations in a little bit. Um, the Terminator is kind of blue because I am using a blue light for that. So we got a bit of a blue light. Um, it is a blue Terminator. It doesn't quite read very blue. Um, I might have to just make it more blue after it cures or go into it again here in a minute and add blue. Um, but it's just getting this skin tone to match. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I think this is one of those things where, like, in theory, the colors I put down should work, but it doesn't quite read that way because of the scale, maybe, and because of the surrounding stuff. Um, I don't know. That reminds me, since I keep fiddling with it, Crypt Shadow in the reference photo or in the model, because the reference photo is a bluish light on the skin. Yeah. So this does need to be more blue. I'm just struggling to get that freaking color balance right because when I had it more blue, it was the value was way too high. So I was graying it out and now it's gray instead of blue. So I'm trying to find the right I might go back into it here in just a little bit and add blue to it, but I have to be very careful because I don't want it to end up being um high value. So I might grab some ultramarine. I might grab some ultramarine blue and try that because that's not a high value blue. And it's transparent, so we'll see. Skin tone illuminated like brown, more brown. Yeah, I would agree with you, True K. I am fighting it. I'm gonna go ahead and I haven't painted the bands around Turtle stockings yet, so I'm gonna do that while I'm like panicking about everything else. Um, yeah. Yeah, and like airbrushing with an doing light with an airbrush too is also kind of like can be um tricky because it doesn't quite just work like that. I need to gray that out. And that's definitely like the thing that has been the most difficult for me is learning to uh toning down my colors. Adding gray to colors to make them not so freaking to match the values of surrounding stuff. Yeah, yeah, I think the shadows definitely that was something that I don't ever think to do that, and that's a brilliant idea. This this stupid slash here, I'm gonna have to like pen line wash some yellow into it because I cut in the floorboards and I'm gonna probably have to do it again. But like for whatever reason, it's just super deep right here, so it like just stands out. But you can see the lines that I cut out the floorboards with the penknife. I mean, you can see them better probably back here underneath the. I can't see it too well actually at all with the light, but yeah, painting in shades of gray is something I need to get more comfortable with doing. Yeah. Another thing I need to do is find a good like additive color simulator. I mean, I could do it in that program, but like, something simple that I can just do like red object, throw blue light on it. What does it look like? You know what? Did I already find one that was it that simple? Um, so hold on. Let me find something here. If I have a um a blue object or a red object, sorry. This is a blue filter on a red object. Makes it more purple. Okay. At least you have to look at how warm the hair is, even the shadow size. So reads as cold setting. You can go so much more bold with the warmth in the skin without risking it go too warm. Yeah, I probably do need to cool down the hair some. Um, which means I probably have to put some purple in it. I think that's going to be. Let me try to find a good like online tool that I can take a quick look at because this is the kind of thing that I don't want though. Because all the ones I'm seeing, it's like, oh, you're adding lights together, but I want to see. I don't want to know what two lights coming together does. I want to know what a light on another thing is. Additive. I'll have to dig. I'll have to dig around. I think all the ones I'm coming across are simply light additives. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Hold on. Let me. If I go and grab. Let me grab her hair in that reference photo and see what color um, it is. If I can actually pick up a color that isn't black. Yeah, it's a like a mauve. So I will get on that. Before I mess with the skin, I'll make sure to purple up that hair. Um, so that actually is a good point. So we're going to add a little bit of this violet into this. Oh, how'd you get like a weird little? Yeah, yeah. Let me kick around my music a little bit more here. We're gonna do. What do I want? We'll do this. Play. All right, so I have this ultramarine violet that I can use that I might just glaze in. Um, where is a kind of junky brush I can use to do that? And then my name is Jonah. I need to look into like a good transparent gray, like because I have like this gray, which wow, that needs to be is actually. I think if I throw this in, it's actually fairly bright. Do I have a darker gray? Oh wait, I have some Payne's gray out. That should be okay. Let's try that. I will get to the skin tone. I've been finding it so much that like I've just not. I don't want to deal with it right now. All right, let's see what happens. It might be too purple. Add back just a touch of the red. Yeah, right. Add a little bit of red to it. There we go. That's closer. Yeah, I'm okay with that because I'm going to bring up the highlight. Just a little bit of difference in the tone of the hair. Okay. Make sure to paint something I'm pretty sure is too much on the model for putting down a brush for a day. I'm not sure what you mean by paint something I'm pretty sure is too much onto the model. I'm not sure I follow. Yeah, so I just need a little bit of. So should I be adding a cool highlight then? Is that maybe what it is? I need to add a cool highlight, not a warm highlight to the hair. I need to add a cool, slightly higher value. So I could grab my an empty space. Hmm. Yeah. I feel like I need to get my ultra fringe off. I'm running out of space. Such an old tube of paint. It's like just exploding linseed oil out instead of paint. For the skin you're fighting now, dark skin on, but not cold on. Yeah, I mean, I got another half-ish hour before I call it a night. I will, I will try. I'll try a couple, like one more thing with it before I like just throw in the towel for the evening on the skin. But you were saying that the skin tone needs to be warmer, and I agree. But a cold light on warm skin, my brain. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, this is like I said, this is the third time I've sat down to paint the model, and I've painted the skin I think 5 times now. Oh, when you're married, Tyler Moore. I don't care about that. So should I? Ooh, and you know you're my loss. And you know you're mine. You are the look nobody. Oh, when you're married, Tyler Moore. I don't care what they say about it anyway. I don't care about that. You are just looking at Buddy Holly. Oh, when you're married, Tyler Moore. Care what they say about us anyway. The cup of the gauntlet on the floor. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I do appreciate True K. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully, I get to catch you around again soon. Yeah, I usually stream Wednesdays and Saturdays starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I was at GMT. I don't remember what GMT minus whatever. East Coast US. Oh, apparently. So I'm gonna pause that because apparently they Weezer released a summer album. When did this get posted? Not long ago. I'm gonna turn that down a bit. So we're gonna see what this is all about. Small endeavor. Welcome to the dozens. Oh, it's probably too loud. I appreciate small endeavors. The struggle is real. All right, let's see. Hmm. Okay. If anybody else is joining us right now and you are also working on something, I'd love to see what you're doing. You're welcome to post any Discord or Instagram links you might have and share your work. That is much better. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with those values being that close. It's much better than it was. I did not need that blue. Oh well. There we go. And just throw a little bit of the blue into that in a couple spots. And it kind of reads more like blue moonlight. Hey. Using a little bit of a brush here to uh, smooth some of that out. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me this evening as I struggle my way through this. Let's get a. Here's where it's going to be freaking tricky, right? Like doing eyes. And then we can try to grab some of this gray, gray down the other eye. It needs to be a little brighter than that. There we go. She needs does she not have sculpted on eyebrows? She does have sculpted on eyebrows. Okay. So I need eyes are always such a pain, and I'm definitely not doing those right now, but I'm trying to get them kind of pre-staged. All right, and her top needs to finally be painted, so let's do that. Get some of this cobalt green here. I've been kind of completely silent for a while, I think. I'm not sure how I feel about this album yet. Let's see. We got just like a touch of actually. Mm, grabbing my cadmium yellow deep here and kind of add a little bit more to this. Grabbing some Brilliant Pale to bring up a little bit more highlight on that sword. Let's see. Try to clean up this gauntlet a little bit here. Is that the whole album? Short album, if so. Yep, that was. All right. It was all right. Nothing super. Back to my own music here. I know you're yours. Know you're mine. When you're married, darling, more. I don't care what they say about us anyway. Ooh, ooh, and you know you're yours. Oh, you're mine. See you, I just look my buddy honey. Oh, oh, baby, every time more. Don't care what they say about us anyway. Don't care about that. See you, I just look my buddy honey. Oh, oh, and you're every time more. Don't care what they say about us anyway. Don't care about that. I don't care about that. It was only like 4 or 5 songs. It was okay. I'll listen to it again later. Yeah. To destroy my sweater. If you want to destroy my sweater, walk away. I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor. My sweater. Walk away. I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor. Lying on the floor. I gotta do a little bit more work right here near the lantern, and then we're gonna probably call it an evening. Oh, hey, PSK. Coming in at the tail end here. give you a shout out here, PSK. How you doing this evening? Well, wrapping up tonight's stream. Here's here's how everything's looking right now. Not directly, no, because I'm doing a much warmer lantern. You just getting home? Man, it's late night for you. Hopefully it wasn't too draining. You have a chance to relax a bit this evening. She's coming along. We had some great input from a new viewer today who no, I get it. I get it. I just whew, man. You got more more in you than I got. Did you take pictures of the koalas yet? And yeah. You have a lot in not close-ups. Okay. I mean that's good. I was just curious. Um as a warning to you, I don't know if I mentioned it last night. I'm not sure how quickly that oil is going to dry. Um it might take a while because I probably put it on fairly thick and I don't know quite how quickly those two brands dry. So just be careful. You might go to pick it up and it might just go like, send me a pic. I'll take a look. It might dry in 3 days. I don't know. That's brand new. It's oil I haven't tried before. Love is a heartbreaker. Look at those handsome fellas. Say it ain't so. Have you thrown that up on the instas yet? The light will help. The light will help. They look great. Oh man. All right. I think I'm about worn myself out with this piece tonight. Know what? Oh, post it Insta. Or I'll post it to Insta if you don't if unless you don't want me to. Say it ain't so. Ah, okay. Africa. Okay. Yeah, just let me know. Like, just send me another picture when you, or I'll see it on Instagram. I write you in spite of years of silence. We found Jesus. And this bottle of Stevens unleashes ancient demons. Stepfather is riding me yeah, 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 yeah. All right, man. Those were fun. Oh yeah. And if you want to keep painting those, I'm happy to paint those. I think what I want to do next, unless you have other plans, is paint some of your. Is it Marvel United? Is that the ones you got? Love is a heartbreaker. Love is a heartbreaker. Yeah, I'm curious to try to paint some of those. Yeah, yeah, and like most of those chibis, I can probably knock out in the time that I'm there. Especially like the Marvel models because they have like a set scheme. I can knock those out quick. I'll just try to do them comic style. It'll give me a chance to practice comic style. Yeah, the black lining, like you saw. I mean, I did real quick black lining. You can do that with acrylic. You can either use your black ink. I think you got black ink, or you can just thin down um, a black and just paint it in. I'm not sure how opaque your cuttlefish black is, um, but it could work. Tried a long time ago. Okay. No one hears me sing, one hears me. No one hears me. No one hears me sing the song. Oh no! Mubbing through the multiverse. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello. What brings you in this fine evening? Let's get into some Weezer. What are you working on this evening? Let's see. See, were you. Excuse me. What the? Just happened? Some Marvel Crisis Protocol minis. Awesome. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get you a shout out here. Oh, you already got it, PSK. Thank you. Feel free to share a picture if you got it. I'm wrapping up myself, but I can hang around for a little bit if you got any questions. I'm not in a blistering rush to get out of here, but we're working on this Percival pinup from Kingdom Death. Been fighting it for the last 3 streams here. Yeah, I'm slowpoke. Got to paint faster. Paint faster, nerd. Um, well, so we're just kind of doing some finishing touches on it. I'll probably end up finishing her off stream. I'm going to be doing a background. What are you talking about? You talking about like my entire shelf? We did recently finish this model here. This is Naraya by Robot Rocket. Um, Painted her up with some custom made um, color shift oils and whatnot. Let's see, since PSK wants me to show off some stuff, I gotta like get up here. Look, I'll show you some of the more recent Kingdom Death models I finished. Then finished these up pretty recently. Here's some of the Kingdom Death models I worked on recently. Um, Paint about half of what I do is Kingdom Death pinups because or Kingdom the models. We have so much of it, and the remaining bit is, here's another Kingdom Death pinup, but the remaining is busts and other one-off kind of figures, stuff like that. Yes, yes, they do. Yeah, working on the commission model, giving him some free time on it. That's great. I'm sure he'll be happy with it. So I do think I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping things up here. Um, yeah, let's feather out this edge here. Feather out that edge. Send me a pic. All right, appreciate it. wonder if I'm gonna have to like come back here and recut some of this stuff. That's really annoying. That particular all of my work that I cut into the wood floors is gone. Well, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and call it an evening. Let's see who is hanging around. Who's kicking around the Twitchverse right now? I'm gonna do that. We got let's see, we got Monster Den. Let's go say hi to Monster Den. Um, Again, thanks everybody for showing up this evening. I had decent even, got a lot done. Almost there at the finish line. I'll be back Wednesday. I am not sure what I'll be painting. If I might be painting this model, more than likely I'll have finished it and I'll be working on something else. Not sure what. We'll see. Till then, have a fantastic evening. Masters is fine. I